Globalize the enchilada. Here we go.
Oh, referu, lediro, geku. Oh, sharafen. Oh, sharafenu.
Chirafanu. Get down. Defender. Oh. Isthmus Grove. Like in the Emperor's New Groove? Isthma? Ooh. Okay. Okay, now I can go into that other part. Oh. Oh, it is on. Sorry.
Pantera, 買ってるよ。Oh, şarafın.
Oh, that's why I couldn't get to it. Okay. Oh. Oh, this doesn't go anywhere? Let's see. Go up. Ooh. Another way? There's nothing. I don't know. Right there. Try that. it was blocked by a door, right? Ooh. What's that? Oh. Oh, hi. Hello, Kim Jong Chil. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm just progressing. Oh my goodness. I'm hunting. I'm geo hunting. Oh. Hi, Dorito Cannonball. Oh, the Dorito Cannibal. A chill name. Here we go from the top. Yeah, he's taking us. I think a little far. I'm not too sure if you can tell by my inventory, but I'd say a good bit. Yeah, he's he. Yeah, as a Metroidvania goes, it's there is no hand holding at all. So like even like Metroid would have like a little bit of like, hey, here's your objective, but this one is just like, yeah, like everybody talks in like weird sayings sometimes. Yeah, it says good luck. You are the Hollow Knight. Become hollow. Oh. Yeah. I kind of messed up. Everybody got 2 infected. So now they have hay fever. Back. Go for that bomb. Oh, that's a bomb too. Oh yeah, I don't have the map. Kinda careful here. I got the sleeping one. Got this one in the distant village. Oh, it took their dream, and now everybody's got 2 sick. And I'm going for this one. Oh. Yeah. Kinda scared. Very scary. Get in the water. Oh! Yeah. Relied too much on that. Oh. Where's the map guy? Okay, got it. Oh, there he is. Hey. That light is there too? Bad. Oh. That's what. There he is. Hi.
Hegemno Kuchin.
I don't know how he's getting through all these. Yeah. I hear Silk Songing over there. I don't know if you're playing the latest one. I've heard it's much harder. Oh, I was close. Oh. Guess I go back. Ooh, yeah, that's what I'm doing here too. Cause it's not like that much, and I love paying for like indie devs to do their thing. We all need good games again. Like just going about these games without any knowledge. Maybe a lore video or two, but after. So Google has been my friend a little bit. Oh, I'm so scared. Hate those things so much. Yeah. Just checking on the map, seeing where. I like doing that, especially in Metroid games too. Just like looking at the map and seeing which places have doors that I haven't gone through. Oh, this guy. Hello.
Manamatu Churo Namen.
Building it's not bad. Beckons to you. Huh. Yeah. I hope he doesn't become an enemy. I've grown accustomed to him and his bench sitting. Very scientific. Those look like Metroids. Whoa. Oh! Acid was like really bad. Oh, but now it doesn't matter. So many guys. Oh. I hate it so much. I mean, I guess it's the one place that they're at, but okay, I should just expect them now. That was my fault. Fast. It is evil. Supposed to be just like a scientific area. Library? Imagine. Let's try to avoid him too. Oh, that's the other way down. That's the evil way. Is that bad? Oh. Do we have to attack it from the bottom? Oh, that didn't work. He's gonna help. Oh. Oh. So true, sir. Or madam. I'm sure like a lot of these bugs are just they're just the Halloween temples. Oh no. Oh. Got him. Doves in that way. Oh no. That's not too bad. Okay. Am I supposed to go the other way? The other way. Am I right? One last heat sequence. Oh! Yep, those are words. Yeah, I definitely feel like there's gonna be one around here somewhere. They're just gonna put it right where you don't want it to be. Oh, there he is! Don't you see it? Where's it? Oh, no? Bad.
Se chiama, Chipuri. Kalakma.
Oh, wow. Dreaming about. What diversity? Keep doing it. Oh, we're changing the world, I forgot. Forever. Better an end. We're supposed to be doing that? Oh. I didn't realize you had to be violent. Give me your soul. This one more.
Dos Dakagan.
Oh, yeah. Whoops. Just a little bit more infection. Oh my god. Oh, I can go up there. Far? The way out? That would be fun. On the way up. There's a couple more. Thank you for the follow, the Dorito Cannibal. There's even Doritos in the emote. Thank you for the follow. Oh man. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. Where did we go? Just... Oh, wait. Shortcut. Swinging at them, I shouldn't. Over here. Alright. There's a new here. Yeah, concealed firearm. Damn. I didn't even see it. The Hollow Knight is the weapon. Is there a way to get rid of those? It's alright. Just forever nuisance. Oh. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool that you have to. Oh. Kind of cool that you have to use I guess whatever those mods are. Charms. I bought everything early because I kept dying so much on bosses. So I just stacked up these money. What's this? Howling Reef. Whoa, it's very cool. Big sorcerer. Big snail. Or are they small? Oh, right. This way. They're wine in her? I'd hope so. Or would it be more like nectar? They're bugs. Oh, it's them again.
Lien klar. Friden
Oh.
Leia.
Oh yes. We have to face them together. Oh, what?
No kunenairo.
Yes. Oh, they're so powerful. Guess that's Oh no. I know. And apparently Silksong is just so much more evil. Now you play the princess? I have no idea. Everybody's complaining that they're getting... Oh no. Okay. Anyways. Oh, I do not want to be down. Oh yeah, Silk Song Day. They made, most of the enemies do mask. Oh. I got one to it. Oh, I didn't even notice it. Yeah, in this game, I'm always scared whenever I see I get hit for 2. No, it's just gonna be like... Try to get my soul and faith. Oh, that's my bad. Okay. I feel like a lot of times in this game I just make myself like be put in a more difficult situation. Yeah. I panic and overmove sometimes. We are?
Gruler, Zono.
Wow. This is a nice place. I would live in this kind of cave. I'd say it's much easier in controller. Yeah. I did that a lot early game, just over jumping and then jumping into spikes. Okay. There has to be some use to this. There has to be like a beetle network here. for it again. Yeah. Oh. Luckily there's a bench nearby. I know. So the queen is the cruel side. Oh, that's horrible. Better. Uh. Okay, maybe a couple more tries, you know. I'll get it down. It's still a learning process. There's mechanics to perfect. Yeah. I do have another skill too, but I don't know if that'll be too much. Okay, yeah, that was. Oh, I did that to myself. Oh no! Ah. Well. Okay, thank you, game. I thank the developer for leaving that there for me. But I need to go back. That wasn't too bad. Yeah. Anything here? Just like hitting things. Hitting walls and such. I go on the other side. It needs more evil mantis. They were there at the beginning. Now they're not here. Maybe they're just hiding. Acid bath. Oh, there they are. Oh, item. Love key. Where? Hold up, I need to read this description. Whose love key? They do. Though it's kind of funny, like, there is a way to still Pelgo it, you just kind of have to, like, go the opposite direction they're heading towards. Because it's like a kind of a directional slash for some reason, instead of like a straight up. Or maybe it's just like different with... like enemies, I guess? Like some still Pogo. Very well. That's not good. The corpse of a mossy vagabond overcome with infection. Ooh. Nice. It was down here. Oh lord. Okay, I think. Yeah. It'd all be gone, but some people didn't like staying home for a little bit. I think the state should mandate that anybody who has a positive COVID like test has to play Hollow Knight and Silksong during the quarantine. And if they don't complete it, by the time they get out of quarantine, they have to play John Hollow Knight directly. I get the goo. Sorry, you get the goo. John Hollow Knight said so. Oh no. Please. There. Another bench. Is this one a fraud? I know. I gotta change up my style here. There we go. Let's do some. Oh. I didn't realize there's a megaphone. Oh, where is it? It is. Only sit on this bench if you have enough geo. You truly do live in a capitalist hellhole. Yeah, I got that. Do I have it? No. I guess I just didn't buy it. Let me see what's up here. Like you would think bugs would be the perfect communists. I would hope so. Out of everybody. I'm losing it. Oh no. They knew they could. Oh, that's that on. Like the looking up meme. Yeah, I love that one. It's like perfect for a lot of situations. Sorry, had to. No. Panicked. Yeah, a lot more. Yeah. Played through Dark Souls 3, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Then you become overload for the next boss. Wait. I was so ready for like another 2 waves. Not ready for this, I guess. I know. That's why I am Hollow Knight. He's hollow in his morals. Ooh. Not so hollow after all. Oh, is this where the line is supposed to be? That's true. I need to cash in on my monetary gain. Yeah. Oops. Trader's chai. Oh. Ripperoni. Sure, it's this one. I don't know if I like. Oh. Didn't like it, but not bad. It goes. Is this a trader? It would be. On, I think. Oh. I'm not. I'm gonna try that. It is. There's more. I also think this wasn't the way to station. Maybe back there? Where came so far? In the end, did it ever reach? I'm scared. It's disgusting. Out of here. Oh, it is that way. I'm tempted. Ori? I think I've heard of it, though. I haven't played it. It's like an RPG. A lot of good games I need to catch up. All the Metal Gear. Platform. Secret air. What is that? Is that the queen? I thought it was something, but it wasn't. That's okay. I hate this place. You've got to be kidding me. Where was that station? I honestly just want to find the old guys. Where is it? Oh, it's right there? Oh, I was so close. I didn't even realize. It was in that room. Gotta pay attention more. Oops. At least I know where I'm going. At least I know the redeem silver. He's watching over. But apparently the TTS doesn't work. But I'll figure that out soon. Apparently, no, yeah. It didn't work last stream. I gotta figure it out. It was on like some weird site, so I should use a more reputable one. Actually, kind of like them now. They're kind of cute. Yeah, I'll figure it out in like, say another hour and a half. Oh, well, it's a dream one, so I kind of don't want. I should get the bench first. I know, like, you spawn right back where you died, but no. Let's see if he remembers this place. I guess this wasn't where he was born. Back here. I love video games with progression. Bug.
Oh, Papa. Patmos, Gio.
Take that. Give me that egg. I don't know what it's for.
Patmos, Gio. Patmos, Gio.
Cool.
Patmos, Gio.
Okay. One. Do I need to go? Guess up here. Oh no, this is it. Sure. I did not expect him to be so whimsical and deadly. Oh my god. I messed up. Said I know we have a plan. Was that Riz? Armstrong? He didn't even die from that. Ooh, wow. Uh. Oh, yeah. Gotta cut that. Oops. Sure. think there's something up there. Oh. Kind of a little bit of everything. Right now I'm playing a lot of like open world games like No Man's Sky, like Red Dead, Fallout 76. Mostly just because like some of the games I can't play because my computer doesn't like it for some reason. But then I also play like a lot of multiplayers, MMOs. I tried Overwatch a little bit. I gotta reinstall it. Valor, I haven't played that in a long time actually though. And then later I'm just gonna do like maybe some doodling or something.
Calamado, listen,
And like whatever like sometimes I just get I recently got American Truck Simulator and I kinda want to get all the DLC and start playing that religiously for a bit. Yeah. We need that in the real world. The custom mask. I don't know what shape I would want mine. Maybe like a V shape? Or would that be natural? Okay. Yeah. If you close up, too close. I guess it's super intricate and kind of. But amazing in some way. I can't know where that key goes. Nothing over there. Most of it. Go on, but it'd just be an upgrade. Here. not it. Oh. Maybe I have to go from the top? Let's go up and down, I think. I kinda don't like this. What's that? No, what are they doing with these bugs? Oh. Yeah. I'm kind of speechless. Yes. What was he doing? Why was it called the love door and the love key? I don't know. I don't want to know what he did to those bugs. Okay. I didn't need to go up there, I think. I should open this up first. Wait, did I rest at that bench? I don't think so. I was collected. That's wild. taking so much damage. Ew, I think he liked it a little too much. Okay. Oh. Oh. What? Oh, so this is the guy that collected all the worms. One more in this area. Get going. There, I mean. Yeah. Where's the baby oil? We took the sick freak out. Simple enough, I think. Right? Oh. Not this way. shopping?
Kian. Velmi Artred. Opal. Velmi Artred.
Whoa. I didn't realize that's per.
Warasun Kian. Velmi Artred.
Has to be up here. Little cheese. Never hurt nobody. there it goes. Hope it's just money. This is diabolical. Wow. Oh. Hope it's just 3. Never just 3, is it? getting used to it. Like when to attack. Greedy. Greed Lord. was scary. Oh. Maybe I should just focus on one? Sure. 6. That's fine. 6. Oh my goodness. That's it. Let's see. Let's change it. Uh, no, probably a lot of people hate this, but watch Space Time videos.
Multiverse pops out of quite a few theories in physics and has been proposed as a solution to certain vexing problems. But it's also been argued that the very idea of a multiverse is just bad science, that it's unfalsifiable and a dead end to inquiry and as bad a violation of Occam's razor as you could imagine. But the multiverse might also be real. Can something that exists be bad science? Hey everyone, a couple of quick announcements before we get started. We're running our next algorithm experiment for the next couple of episodes. Our algorithm has shied away from sharing our episodes with the full Spacetime community again, so we're trying to determine whether likes or comments are more influential. For this phase of the experiment, we want to see what happens if we can get 60,000 plus likes per episode. If you want to be a data point in this experiment, just hit the like button and of course feel free to comment as per usual. Finally, we have our July merch available. This is a special one. Retired scientist Dr. Jim Slater is a fan of Spacetime and the creator of this incredible image of how the Earth and the Sun moved through the galaxy. And he gave us his blessing to put it on a t-shirt and sweatshirt, so you can show everyone in your local patch of Spacetime a scientifically accurate movement of the Sun and Earth. We also have two new black hole logo Spacetime caps, one with a white hole and one with an all black hole. Links in the description. In recent episodes, we've talked about how the fundamental parameters of our universe are apparently finely tuned for the production of entities that can speculate about the fine-tuning of the universe. One possible explanation that we've teased several times now is that there exists a preposterously large ensemble of universes spanning all possible parameters, both habitable and uninhabitable, with the latter being the extreme majority. We are, of course, in an inhabitable one by necessity. Some would say that this anthropic principle, this argument of an observer bias, actually predicts that a multiverse exists. Others say that the multiverse is just bad science. Before we decide one way or the other, let's review the types of multiverse and where they come from, and before we review multiverses, let's remind ourselves what we mean by universe. The original meaning of the word was just the totality of all existence, which makes the idea of a multiverse nonsensical. If it exists, it's in the universe. But in modern usage, universe tends to mean this particular continuous space-time that traces back to a particular Big Bang. For that reason, we have more concrete terms. For example, the observable universe refers to everything we can see in that space-time given the amount of time light has had to reach us, whose outer boundary we call the particle horizon. But if you could teleport just beyond the particle horizon, presumably things would be pretty similar. More stars, more galaxies, etc., whose light just hasn't reached us yet. And you can think of those regions beyond as being part of our universe. So maybe the universe is everything connected to the space-time that we live in. But there are conditions that might justify calling some distant but connected region a different universe. For example, if the laws of physics change over extremely long distances, there could be regions of a vast connected space-time that operate very differently to here. This is often called a quilt multiverse. A related multiverse comes from the eternal inflation hypothesis, where the main greater space-time is expanding vastly more quickly than our universe. Bubbles of more gently expanding space appear and become universes like our own. In this case, these bubbles may also have very different laws of physics to each other. Other ways to generate universes with different physics include birthing them inside black holes, as in Lee Smolein's cosmological natural selection, or various cyclic universe options in which the laws shift between cycles. There's also the multiverse of the many-world interpretation of quantum mechanics. Some of what I get to today is relevant to that, but I'm going to focus on the multiverses that allow varying laws of physics. There are concrete reasons that the laws of physics might change between universes. For example, changing the quantum vacuum state changes the physics. In our universe, the mass of the Higgs boson, and hence the masses of all other particles, depend on the slightly non-zero energy of the Higgs field ground state. But the ground state of a given field may be a local minimum, and other ground states are possible. Changing the Higgs ground state changes the Higgs mass, and our universe looks very different. For almost all random choices of a Higgs mass, the universe is uninhabitable. Another example where the laws of physics change depending on the configuration of the underlying fields is in string theory. There, the machinery generating all particles and forces is in the form of compactified extra dimensions, coiled into something called a Calabi-Yau manifold. The geometry and topology of this manifold and the corresponding string vibrational modes determine the properties of particles and the strengths of interactions. This leads to an enormous number of possible configurations for the ground or vacuum state, at least 10 to the power of 500 of them, in fact, each producing a universe with different physics. This is the string landscape, a colossal landscape of possible universes that may or may not actually exist out there. String theory can't tell us why our universe's Calabi-Yau manifold landed on the particular vacuum state that generates the particles and forces of the standard model. Nor can the standard model of particle physics by itself tell us why the underlying quantum fields have their particular vacuum states. It would be nice to find such a mechanism, but what if there just isn't one? What if all possible vacuum states can happen and we just happen to be in one of the versions capable of producing life? That's the anthropic principle. In its most reasonable form, it argues that we shouldn't be surprised to find ourselves in an unusual part of the uni/multiverse, because we ourselves are unusual. At some levels, it's not in the least controversial. For example, we find ourselves in a very rare environment in our universe, a habitable biosphere. Even though habitable biospheres occupy an infinitesimal fraction of the volume of the universe, we're not surprised to find ourselves in one. I mean, we have to have emerged somewhere that we can have emerged.
Another morning to savour the crunchy nooks and cranny splendour of a Thomas's English muffin.
Tom, which is it?
Extended to the multiverse, if there is one, it should be equally unsurprising that we emerge in a universe that can produce habitable biospheres, which in turn require a very specific configuration of the laws of physics. And our universe's laws of physics do seem specific. Change the strength of dark energy or the mass of the Higgs boson or even the number of dimensions of spacetime, and our universe likely would not have produced life. coupled with the anthropic principle, the multiverse gets us out of having to explain why these specific laws, and in a way also gives an explanation for why the physics of our universe seems finely tuned to allow life. It's a selection bias, just like the bias that leads us to observing the universe from an unusually warm, wet biosphere. Some would take this much further. Some say that this apparent fine-tuning of our universe's parameters in favour of habitability is actual evidence for the multiverse. So, now we have the multiverse and the anthropic principle very loosely defined, so let's
Let's
decide
see.
if this is bad science. One is that the multiverse is
Nice.
unparsimonious. It violates Occam's razor.
I
And
got
two is that the multiverse is scientifically useless in various ways. It's unfalsifiable and/or an explanatory dead end. Let's start with one. The principle of parsimony, more often called Occam's razor, can be stated in several ways, but let's start with one of the phrasings used by William of Ockham himself. Never posit pluralities without necessity. Well, a multiverse is about as plural as you can get, so maybe we've already annoyed Brother William. Occam's edict has been refined over the years. Another common phrasing is, entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity. Again, sounds damning, but we can at least start to pick this apart. What's an entity in this context? Isaac Newton offers some guidance. We are to admit no more causes of natural things than such as are both true and sufficient to explain their appearances. Well, this is a critical refinement. We're told to limit the plurality of causes in an explanation, which is very distinct from limiting, say, the plurality of predictions. Now, way before William of Ockham, we have some enlightening phrasing by Aristotle. We may assume the superiority, other things being equal, of the demonstration which derives from fewer postulates or hypotheses. A more modern and parsimonious version of that is, all else being equal,
That's wild.
simpler
Okay.
explanations should be preferred over more complex ones. So, the thing we are advised against multiplying is not the outcome or predictions of a hypothesis, but rather the number of entities in the explanation. The causes, not the predictions, according to Newton. But what are these entities? Well, they are the number of postulates or assumptions, basically the number of new things required to make a hypothesis work. These could be principles like a law of physics or an initial condition of the universe, or they could be physical stuff like a new quantum field or a multiverse. In general, Occam's razor wants us to be reductionists, to minimize either the complexity of the underlying theoretical framework or to minimize the number of fundamental building blocks, to seek theoretical or ontological parsimony. In fact, these two things may ultimately be the same thing. Occam's razor basically warns against overfitting. If you want to find a mathematical description of some arbitrary curve, you can always do it if you have enough degrees of freedom in your function. For example, a Fourier series with an arbitrarily large number of terms can fit any continuous curve. But the resulting mathematical form has no explanatory power. It's not a general law of nature that can make predictions beyond its overfitted curve. We could equally describe the universe as a vast map of points indicating the location of all particles, but that's complex and useless compared to the relative parsimony of the standard model plus general relativity and some initial conditions. So, with that refinement of Occam's razor, where does the multiverse land? In cases where a theory predicts the existence of a multiverse, it seems that Occam's razor doesn't apply, especially if the theory was concocted to do a different job and the multiverse just popped out.
Nice.
In that case, the multiverse is not a prior assumption of the theory, it extends from it. So things like the string landscape, the eternal inflation multiverse, and honestly even the splitting timelines of many worlds shouldn't be considered a problematic plurality when it comes to assessing these ideas. When we bring in anthropic arguments, the situation is muddier. We could say that the multiverse is predicted by anthropic arguments, in that fine-tuning plus selection bias demands many untuned universes. But we could also frame the multiverse as a cause or an assumption in our argument. We observe fine-tuning because there's a multiverse. In the latter case, we need to pick apart our principle of parsimony a bit more carefully. If we propose or assume or postulate a multiverse as an explanation, have we multiplied entities beyond necessity? Have we overfit? Some would say yes. I don't agree. It's tempting to want to assume the least extravagant universe possible, but the size or number of universes doesn't necessarily map to the number of new prior assumptions that we would use to weigh our hypothesis against Occam's razor. And the impulse to argue for the least extravagant universe has failed us in the past. The ancients rejected the idea that the Earth is moving around the Sun because if that were so, then the distant stars should appear to change position relative to each other due to parallax. They didn't consider that it was even reasonable for the stars to be so far away that parallax was too small to observe. Their bias towards smallness led them astray. In the Great Debate in 1920, Heber Curtis argued that the redshift of the spiral nebulae meant they had to be entire galaxies far beyond the Milky Way, while Harlow Shapley represented the status quo feeling that such distances would mean an uncomfortably large universe. But now we're completely comfortable with an observable universe 93 billion light years in diameter and a greater universe hundreds of times bigger or even infinitely large. So as our measured boundary of the universe expands, so does our acceptance of new, increasingly preposterous sizes. For this reason, it's no longer compelling to argue against the multiverse based only on a sense of excessive bigness. If that bigness encompasses regions where constants of nature shift or stretch to regions where inflation never stopped, that's not necessarily unparsimonious due to the sheer bigness alone. Occam's razor asks that we seek the fewest moving parts, but it doesn't say anything about the sizes of those parts. So, the parsimony of a given multiverse theory is really equivalent to the parsimony of the theory that predicts the multiverse, which has little to do with the multiverse that it predicts. If internal inflation or string theory or cosmological natural selection or whatever are not too far-fetched as solutions to fine-tuning themselves, then neither is the multiverse. Okay, on to the next point. Is the multiverse bad science because it's unfalsifiable or an explanatory dead end? I'm going to only touch on this one because there are details that warrant spending a lot more time on this, which we don't have. So, the badness of multiverse science depends very much on your definition of science. If you adhere to a strict Popperian view that science is only that which can be falsified, disproved by doable experiments, then you could argue that the multiverse is not even science. But by the same logic, you could argue that hypothesizing that galaxies exist beyond the particle horizon is also bad science because we can't test those either. A more relaxed view would say that science applies logical reasoning coupled with a whole suite of tools to collectively find a consistent picture of what reality is. If something is potentially part of reality, then it's in principle approachable by scientific methods. So if the multiverse might exist, then it's very much in the realm of science. And in fact, it's not true that we can't test multiverse theories. There are a few proposals for direct tests for other universes that I won't get into here, although we've talked about a couple of them before. But there are also tests that involve predicting what we should see in this universe if its unusual properties really are a result of anthropic selection. For example, Steven Weinberg showed that anthropic arguments gave a pretty clear prediction for the value of dark energy under the assumption that our universe should have the most likely value for dark energy that could permit our existence. The broader topic of anthropic predictions is deep and fascinating, and I'll also save it for another time. The fact that various multiverse ideas are testable given sufficient creativity means they also are not scientific dead ends. It's not true to say that by allowing anything to be possible, we no longer have a path to explaining our universe because all universes exist. In fact, the foundational theory that allows a multiverse to exist will make pretty specific predictions about the distribution of properties of the universes in that multiverse, and that can place strong constraints on the likely properties of our universe under anthropic selection. So, the multiverse doesn't have to be bad science, but it also can be. If the idea is proposed as a blanket answer to fine-tuning, without a concrete mechanism that can be used to make other testable predictions, then your proposition is indeed unparsimonious, unfalsifiable, and an explanatory dead end. Bad science. But that's not how serious proponents of various multiverse-generating theories do it.
I guess it doesn't work. Sucks. Doesn't show up. Not too sure. I'll just away for now.
Treated with due care, we can indeed science the prospect of the plurality of space-time. Thank you to Displate for supporting PBS. PBS. The vacuum of space is a chaotic sea of quantum fluctuations. Some have said that this vacuum energy can be harvested to build our future Starship engines or manipulated to build warp drives. It can't. But it is technically possible to move real energy through the quantum vacuum without it passing through intervening space. Quantum energy teleportation may be as close as we can get to transporter beams. But how close is that? Hey everyone, before we get started, two quick announcements. First, we did our first Patreon livestream interview with Dr. Matt Kaplan about how real black holes feast on their surroundings and grow to such enormous sizes. The livestream will be made available through the community tab in the next week or so. We can't release it through the main feed because of algorithm related reasons, so subscribe and hit the bell icon to be notified of community tab posts. Next, it's almost May the 4th. Be with you. It's time for you to choose a side. You can selfishly maintain your own thermal equilibrium at the cost of hastening the heat death of the universe with our Entropy Strikes Back t-shirt or sweatshirt. Or join the resistance, signaling your opposition to entropy with our smart thermos. But chaos is the natural order, so these items, along with last year's The Force Equals Mass Times Acceleration, will only be available in May on the merch store. The laws of physics are pretty clear about a few things. Energy can't be created out of nothing, nor can energy or matter or even information travel faster than light. The universe is very strict about enforcing these rules. But it also seems pretty cool about us exploiting loopholes. For example, it turns out that it's okay to draw energy from the vacuum of space as long as we put energy into the vacuum somewhere else. And it's also fine for that energy to transfer between distant places without traveling the intervening space, as long as something travels the same distance in its stead. The protocol which makes this possible goes by the name Quantum Energy Teleportation, or QET for short, and scientists have confirmed this bizarre effect in experiments. But before we get into that, we have some theory to learn. We have to learn about quantum entanglement, quantum teleportation, and the quantum vacuum before we can do quantum energy teleportation. This will just take a few minutes, with some help from our favourite theoretical physicists, or should I say hypothetical physicists, Alice and Bob. We start in Bob's lab, where he's made a pair of entangled qubits, A and B, also known as a Bell pair. In this case, the quantum information in the qubits takes the form of the direction of the quantum spin, up or down. For this Bell pair, the spin for each particle is undefined. It's a quantum superposition of both up and down. The only thing that's really known about the spins of A and B are that they're opposite. So Alice stops by to pick up qubit A and then goes back to her lab and measures its spin. Let's say she measures up. Because this is an entangled pair, qubit B has no choice but to take on the value of down. In other words, the wave function of the Bell pair collapses from up down and down up to just up down. Alice calls Bob and tells him that he has a down qubit, and he confirms with the measurement. That's a cute trick, but it would work equally well if the spins of the particles were fixed from the beginning. But this gets more interesting if Alice chooses different directions for her measurement. For example, measuring left-right will ensure a left or right spin, and Bob's will still be opposite, but now on a different axis. This is real superluminal or non-local influence, and in general this sort of experiment is called a Bell test. We've covered it before. Although there are correlations between Alice's choice of measurement axis and Bob's readouts, it's still not possible to send information faster than light this way. Those correlations can only be seen when Alice communicates to Bob her measurement outputs or axis choices. Still, it's weird, spookily weird, according to Einstein. There are ways to make entanglement weirder, however. For example, Alice could take her half of the Bell pair and have it interact with a new independent qubit in a way that causes Bob's qubit to take on the quantum state of that new qubit, meanwhile destroying the version held by Alice. It's as though the quantum state of the new qubit is teleported. But again, Bob can only access this quantum state after receiving classical information about the interaction from Alice. This is regular quantum teleportation, and it's been achieved multiple times in experiments, with transfers of quantum information achieved over hundreds of kilometers and even between Earth's surface and a satellite. Moving information around is nice, and it's actually useful for things like quantum computers and the quantum internet, but what about moving actual stuff? We're a long way off teleporting actual matter with transporter beams, but matter is made of energy, so let's start by trying to move energy around. To do that, we'll need to expand our thought experiment just a bit. This time, we'll give Alice and Bob 10 Bell pairs. If Alice measures the spin of all 10, she'll know the spin of all 10 of Bob's, assuming he uses the same up-down measurement direction. Let's add one more feature. We'll say the qubits are all suspended in a magnetic field, so that the spin up state is slightly lower energy than the spin down state. In the process of measuring the spin, Bob needs to either add energy into the system for the low energy spin up states, or extract the same amount of energy for the higher energy spin down states. Because he doesn't know which will be up and which down, if he measures all 10, he'll end up with net zero energy. But what if Alice does her measurements first and is able to tell Bob exactly which qubits are up and which are down? Then Bob can safely measure only the qubits that will allow him to extract energy from the system. Alice will always have spent more energy making the measurements than Bob can extract, so energy conservation isn't broken, but it certainly does feel like Alice teleported her spent energy to Bob. This all sounds a bit impractical. For example, before they can teleport energy, they need to physically exchange prepared qubits. But that's where the quantum vacuum will finally come into it. As a reminder, the vacuum in quantum mechanics is not the passive nothingness of classical physics.
This your bag, sir?
What gave it away?
Oh, you the Geico Gecko! I filed a claim for my car with the Geico app. Only took...
Every point in space is permeated by quantum fields, whose excitations give us the particles and forces. The lowest energy state of these fields is typically zero, which means no particles, a perfect vacuum. But due to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, quantum systems can't take on perfectly defined values like this, so the zero energy state is only approximately zero. It's zero on average, but if you make a measurement at a given spot, it might be a bit larger or a bit smaller than zero, and the fluctuations witnessed by an individual series of measurements seem completely random. Let's try an analogy. Imagine a pond. There's a very light rain, so that at any time the surface of the pond is a pattern of overlapping ripples. The height of the ripple at any one point is subtly correlated with the entire ripple pattern. You add a device to track the ripple height at one point. On its own, it seems to fluctuate randomly. But by measuring at two different spots, you'll see correlations due to the fact that you're measuring correlated ripples. In principle, you could even extract energy from random seeming up-down motions by using the knowledge you gain about the global ripple pattern. Not only that, but your measurement itself causes ripples, which influences the measurements that you make elsewhere on the pond. The quantum vacuum is a bit like the surface of our pond. But now, all oscillations at all frequencies, in fact both positive and negative frequencies, are simultaneously present but balanced in such a way that the pond, the vacuum, looks still or empty. But when you look close, you can't help but interact with the vacuum, and suddenly the wild fluctuations can become apparent. And just like the pond surface, fluctuations at one point are correlated with all other points. Each point is entangled with every other point in the true quantum sense. So while measurements of the quantum vacuum at any one point yield random energies that average to zero, those same quantum fluctuations are correlated with the fluctuations measured at any other spot, even if the spots are separated by large distances. So, the idea of quantum energy teleportation is that this quantum entanglement can be used to extract energy from one location based on measurements made at a completely different location. It's the same idea as our energy extraction from particle spins, except this time we don't pre-prepare entangled pairs. Instead, we use pre-existing entanglement in the vacuum itself. The process of extracting entanglement from the quantum vacuum is called entanglement harvesting. This is an interesting topic all on its own. It suggests that two measurement devices can become entangled just by measuring spatially separated but entangled regions of the quantum vacuum. This entanglement should be able to be used as a resource for teleportation-like protocols. And so, in 2008, physicist Masahiro Hotta proposed the protocol of quantum energy teleportation. Here's a crude idea of how it works. Let's say Bob now wants to extract free energy from the quantum vacuum. Because he's actually studied physics, he knows that this is impossible on its own. So once again, Bob calls Alice. This time, Alice doesn't even have to travel to Bob to collect an entangled particle. The quantum vacuum at her location is already entangled with the vacuum at Bob. She can make a measurement and send the results of that measurement to Bob by classical channels, and Bob can use that information to extract real energy. Let's look at what the quantum fields are actually doing in the QET protocol. As I mentioned earlier, we can think of the quantum vacuum as being made up of every possible frequency mode, which together cancel each other out to yield the apparent emptiness, zero average energy, observed on large scales. But this balance can be disturbed. It's disturbed by black holes to produce positive energy outside the black hole and negative within. That's Hawking radiation. And it's disturbed by the measurements made by Alice and Bob. Alice's measurement yields a positive energy, and that means she has injected energy into the vacuum. She disturbed the vacuum, so the underlying vibrational modes no longer cancel, but rather yield an excited state. Bob then uses the information from Alice's measurement to tune his own measurement, which ensures that he sees the vibrational modes that were depleted to power Alice's excitation. Bob sees a negative energy density in the vacuum and finds that the missing energy is now in his measuring device. Alice needs to input at least as much energy as Bob extracts. That's why this protocol feels like energy teleportation. Energy injected into the quantum vacuum at one location is extracted at a different location without ever taking the form of real particles. It doesn't violate energy conservation, and it also doesn't violate relativity, because the measurement information that Alice sends to Bob still has to travel by classical channels. This idea of extracting energy from a seemingly random chaotic system by using detailed information about the system is not new. It's the same idea as Maxwell's demon. In this thought experiment, we start with the gas at a uniform temperature. Energy can't be extracted from it because it's already in equilibrium. But we could introduce an agent, Maxwell's demon, who carefully monitors the trajectories of particles and sorts the particles according to velocity. This produces a temperature gradient. So work can now be extracted from the gas. It seems like we got energy out of thin air, but really the demon had to expend energy to do the computations required to sort the gas, and expends at least as much energy as was extracted. Just like Alice had to expend energy to sort the quantum vacuum for Bob. The difference with quantum energy teleportation is that it's not possible to directly monitor the local vacuum and then extract energy from it. That local activity puts more energy into the vacuum than can be extracted. That's what's cool about quantum energy teleportation. It's a way to Maxwell's demon the vacuum itself from a remote location so that it can be harvested. So, is quantum energy teleportation even possible? The answer seems to be yes, although not yet via the vacuum. It was first demonstrated in 2022 by a team of physicists primarily based out of the Institute for Quantum Computing in Waterloo, Canada. They used entangled qubits in the form of the quantum spin of carbon atoms in a molecule of transcrotonic acid, more commonly used to create paints and glue. The qubits were stabilized and manipulated using nuclear magnetic resonance, the same physical phenomenon which allows MRI machines to work. A pair of entangled qubits in their lowest energy states were used as proxies for the quantum vacuum, and a third qubit to mediate the measurement. The team found that the correct measurement process enabled energy to be deposited in one qubit and then extracted from its entangled partner, despite the latter being in the lowest energy state, so in principle having no energy to give. This energy transfer occurred much more quickly than it would normally take energy to travel naturally in this system. This successful demonstration of quantum energy teleportation was quickly followed up by an independent experiment in 2023 using IBM's superconducting quantum computer, confirming that QET seems to be possible in realistic lab settings. The amount of energy transferred in these experiments is very small. The same will be true if we ever manage to do this via vacuum entanglement. The latter will also have a very limited range, but this could still be useful in quantum computers and various nano devices. But beyond moving energy around, QET experiments might be even more valuable for understanding the nature of entanglement and the quantum vacuum. Remember that QET in the quantum vacuum leads to a negative energy density. This is the type of energy density required in general relativity to produce exotic effects like wormholes and warp drives. We've known for some time that negative energy densities are possible, for example in the Casimir effect, where certain vibrational modes are excluded from the space between parallel conducting plates. But the Casimir effect requires the presence of these plates, which more than cancel out the effect of the negative energy between them. But the cool thing about the QET negative energy density is that it can be generated remotely, which in principle may mean that its effect on spacetime curvature can be studied, and almost certainly will prove to be useless for faster than light motion or the inevitable capacity for time travel that results from FLT. The universe does seem to be generous, but only with loopholes that do not violate relativity in any way. But quantum energy teleportation could give us a very new understanding of the connection between negative energy, vacuum entanglement, and the curvature and even the fabric.
Are you guys here for the halftime show?
Oh, no. We're here to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
So that's why the emu is here?
Yes. And the emu has a name.
Of spacetime. Thank you to Delete Me for supporting PBS. Delete Me was created to help protect its members from data brokers, companies that use automated tools to scrape public records, harvest social metadata, and buy commercial datasets to build detailed cross-linked profiles. These profiles are then sold across industries, often without their subjects' knowledge. Delete Me was built to help protect your
I want to watch this again.
Cybernetic God comes to devour its children.
I don't remember the last time a video game made me question what I was seeing. Honestly, I don't remember the last time any piece of media made me feel this way. Every time someone brings up a new cyberpunk theory, I can't help but see how it links to a dozen others. Threads connecting all across Night City. But this latest one, it might just be the big one, the theory that ties everything together. CDPR's latest Cyberpunk 2077 update didn't just drop new rides and paint jobs. Although these were very nice and appreciated by the fans of the game, what CDPR added into the game that made me excited was basically the new lore. adding in descriptions of the Plex, fleshing out Yorinobu's relationship with Anders Hellman, getting to know the CEO of Yaiba Corporation. These new additions also make it possible for us to crack open the game's biggest mystery. I'm calling it the Deluge Theory of Cyberpunk. As always guys, if you end up liking the video at any point, show your support in any way that feels comfortable to you. It's always incredible to hear what you guys think, and by engaging, you're helping this channel grow. Okay, let's dive into this one and find out exactly what the Deluge Theory is all about. The Deluge Theory begins with a chilling premise: a storm is coming and only a few will survive. In this video, we'll dive into the world of Cyberpunk to hunt for clues together. Let's kick things off with a familiar face: Prophet Gary. Prophet Gary is not just the truth, he is the whole truth. And ironically, that's exactly why no one believes him. Most players meet him by accident and just walk past him. He's always in a back alley in Watson, preaching to nobody in particular, with his tattered coat and wild gestures, making him look like just another burned out chrome junkie. To the average passerby, he's just background noise in a city full of madness and chaos. But if you take a moment to actually listen, something strange starts to happen. In the middle of the rambling and paranoia, Gary says things that sound too strange to be true. Very specific things. For example, he talks about the very real reality that Saburo Arasaka is immortal. Here Gary calls him a vampire, but in reality, we all know that engram technology is what makes Saburo immortal. Human biology is still human biology even in Night City. The Prophet also tells the truth about Mikoshi. He even knows the truth about Night Corp's major project, known as Project Oracle, with blue-eyed people. It's the kind of stuff that gets you flatlined in a back room, but yet, he shouts it as loud as he can. Shockingly, he's largely ignored or ridiculed. Things take a turn when V stumbles across Gary being pressed by a couple of pissed-off Aldecaldos. If you step in and save him, Gary, surprisingly lucid for once, offers something in return: a location. He wants to prove himself and show that everything he's been talking about is actually real. No context, no details, just a place, a time, and a warning not to intervene too soon, or all will be lost. If V takes him seriously and heads there, something weird but interesting unfolds. I'll show you what I mean right here.
No one. As expected, I guess. Gotta be honest, though, I'm pretty disappointed.
Don't lose hope yet. Whoa, 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 whoa. Someone actually showed. It's Maelstrom.
Techno-necromancers, then. I knew those reptilians were bullshit.
Can't believe it. There's some actual conspiracy shit going down right now.
What says the Wolf Father to the Moon Mother as she descends to Earth?
I have protected the realm of man and shadow, but today they are protected by our children,
whose name is Patricide.
In the age of his failure, he became lost in the forest.
Lilith has concealed the 10th circle from the ancestors' eyes.
Carpe noctem lamia.
Decet diem execrari.
The shard that we collect from this location is a piece of something bigger. A fragment of a conspiracy buried so deep, it almost rewrites what we think we know about the world of cyberpunk. And when V unlocks it, the message reads, "Destroy after reading. Phosphoradiates occluding jaded eyes. Come, Titan. Outward ring avian courses, looping eternity. Cages of men melt as night descends. Emerge Kelhua. Erect Cholula under these expanses. Puppets lie awake, never sleeping." The first message is what I just showed. A poem of sorts, talking about occluding jaded eyes and puppets who lie awake, never sleeping. The second hidden message can be unlocked like this. If you take the first letter of every word, not including the title of the message, you will get this second message with a distinct instruction. Project, Oracle, Command, Execute. Some of you already know what Project Oracle is, but we'll take a closer look at it later in the video. The final hidden message reveals itself once you truly understand what Project Oracle is. For now, let's take a look at the second key player in this theory. Chapter 2, Mr. Blue Eyes and the Watcher. Mr. Blue Eyes is one of the most mysterious NPCs in the game. As far as we can tell, he acts as a proxy for an unknown Watcher. This concept of a Watcher connects to deep literature within psychology and sociology. In the aforementioned domains, the Watcher represents a power dynamic where the one who observes holds advantage over the observed. Basically, if I am observing you or watching you, I hold an advantage over you, you being the subject being observed. As I watch you, I'm in fact using something called the gaze. This has been developed further into sub-definitions that have been popularized in recent years. Let's not dive too deep into the psychology of it, but for further reading, I'd recommend checking out the works of Jacques Lacan and Sigmund Freud. We can also throw in Michel Foucault, as he expanded this through his concept of disciplinary power, the concept that suggests surveillance creates internalized discipline. If your manager is watching you, for example, you're less likely to scratch your balls and pick your nose. You get more internalized discipline compared to if you were all alone in the comfort of your home. Returning to Cyberpunk, we quickly come to the realization that we are the ones being watched. The main subject observing us is Mr. Blue Eyes. He first appears at the end of the Dream On quest. This quest reveals that someone is controlling the thoughts of Jefferson Peralez, who's running for mayor. You can spot Mr. Blue Eyes on a balcony across the park, watching V's conversation with Jefferson. The quest is widely considered one of the game's best.
Yeah?
It doesn't matter what you tell him. It doesn't matter what you think of doing or do. You can't change anything.
What?
We know who you are. We know what you are. We know what you want. You are playing with fire. Don't dare cross the line.
Hello, V.
Need to talk.
Yes, I know. Elizabeth filled me in. Sounds like I was right to hire a professional.
Elizabeth? What did she tell you exactly?
Didn't get specific. Just that SSI was spying for that son of a bitch Holt. Guess you got more, though.
SSI wasn't working for Holt. You're in deeper shit than you think.
Meaning?
They're in your heads, Jefferson. Yours and Elizabeth's.
This some kind of chuckle-worthy metaphor?
Strange dreams, partial recall, jumbled memories. It's not just stress and long hours.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me, but I don't think I like where this is heading.
Wake up. Your brain's a mess. Messier than the discount section of a BD smut hut.
I'm not paying you to make up riddles for me, so get to the point.
SSI's on the take for some unknown group that's out to control your lives. You know there's a concealed room in your pad?
Out with it.
They've got tech in there you wouldn't believe. These people know everything about you and your wife. They're watching your every move. Somebody's hijacked your life, reset your course, your career.
I'll admit, there were a couple of fortunate coincidences, but...
They forged your views, personality, even that skepticism that pisses me off so much. Clearly what they want is for you to be their mayor. Molding you like a clay figurine.
Fuck. I need to remember who recommended SSI to me.
Your memories. Can't even trust those anymore.
If that's true, I'll never know what's real in my life and what's a lie, fabricated. Wait, the intruder. I have to find him.
Got no idea how we go about doing that.
First, I'll find him. Then I'll find whoever's behind this. Pull the curtain back on these motherfuckers and show them what's what.
Could show their hand if you're patient, wait long enough. Or use your mayoral powers if you get elected. As long as you don't forget all this by morning.
Sun Tzu's Art of War. Feign weakness, so your enemy may grow arrogant.
Don't see you doing much feigning, Jeff.
My God. I have to tell Liz.
Is there anything else I can do?
You've done enough already, V. All that's left to do is wait.
Your wife knows everything.
Liz? How?
Figured it out at some point.
Elizabeth? No. She would have said something.
She feared for your life, your daughter's life. Who could blame her?
Nah. Well, she's never kept anything from me. And she doesn't scare easily, believe me.
Got an anonymous hollow telling her to keep her mouth shut. So she did what the perfect candidate's wife would do. Protected her family.
I won't let them get away with this.
So what now? You still want to be mayor?
Well, I'm not about to give up. I didn't run just to... I'll wait for my window, an opportunity, then make my move.
Isn't that exactly what they want?
Well, I'll give them more than they bargained for. And same with your Eddies. Take care, V.
Good luck.
And good night.
He appears again at the NCX spaceport during Phantom Liberty. When V and Songbird sneak through Tycho Terminal, he can be spotted looking at the events taking place. Songbird even describes him as the one who helped her out and got her the proverbial ticket to freedom.
What?
You could take a look at your Chrome.
Is that even safe?
Most of your sub-assemblies, I'm familiar. Could run auto-diagnostics, grant you access to your BIOS.
Got a readout. I can overclock the compensators. Hope they can take it. It was gonna be different, all this. Smoother. But the goal's what counts, right? Not far off.
One
In
thing.
next playthrough, I'm definitely doing
Thing you forgot to
body.
tell me. Who got you this flight?
Funny thing is, I don't know. Proxy showed up. A corpo everyman for the ages. Expensive, understated suit, dark hair, blue eyes. He asked me questions. The kind only I know the answers to.
Blackwall. That the issue?
And other things. Rather not talk about it. Just don't judge me, okay?
Ever tell you I think troubles just gravitate your way? Like stink to a monkey, I swear.
Hidden talent, I say.
Finally, he gives V the final quest in certain endings. In the Blaze of Glory ending, where Johnny and Rogue assault Arasaka Tower, Mr. Blue Eyes contacts V to steal data from the Crystal Palace space station. Keep in mind, none of this is random. Mr. Blue Eyes seems to be collecting heroes or champions, if you will. He recruits strong, capable, and influential people in Night City, and seems to be willing to do just about anything to get them on his side.
Mr. Blue Eyes
He
is
kept
AI,
his ear
isn't
to the
he?
ground during V's assault on Arasaka Tower, and sent people to steal equipment and information during the chaos. As you can see, he never wastes an opportunity once it appears. The blue-eyed watcher is always watching. Mike Pondsmith, the creator of Cyberpunk, has always said that the real hero of his universe isn't any one character, it's Night City. With that in mind, it's fair to say that the Plex is shaping up to be the new co-star. Honestly speaking, the signs were there from the start. First, CDPR opens a new studio in Boston and says they're doing it to make the next Cyberpunk game more American. A few months later, Pondsmith gets a look at what CDPR's devs and artists are cooking, and this is what he says.
So, I'm not as involved directly, but, I see the scripts. I see, last week I was wandering around talking to different departments and seeing what they had, like, oh, look, this is the new cyberware. What do you think? Yeah, that's pretty good. That works here. Or I spent a lot of time talking to one of the environment guys, and he was explaining how the new place in Orion, because it's another city we visit. I'm not telling you any more than that, but there's another city we visit, and Night City's still there. But I remember looking at it and going, yeah, I understand the feel that you're going for this, and this really does work. And it doesn't feel like Blade Runner. It feels more like Chicago gone wrong.
The Plex is clearly inspired by the Boston-Atlanta metropolitan axis from Neuromancer and the rest of the Sprawl trilogy. Even in those books, the glue holding everything together, the stage for all the major events, is the Sprawl. Same vibe here. I don't know exactly how CDPR plans to use this new setting, or how much of it we'll get to explore, but if it's even close to Neuromancer's version, it's gonna be wild. The challenge that CDPR will undoubtedly have is to both give the players that sandbox feeling with immersion, but also capture the true size of something as vast as the Plex. From what we've gathered from all the new emails and in-game shards that have been added to Cyberpunk, the Plex sounds like one massive, never-ending megacity. Most likely it spans places like Boston, New York City, Baltimore, and maybe even Washington. If you've read Neuromancer, keep the Sprawl in mind for this one. So why are we even talking about this? Because of the new vehicle added to the game, the Caliburn Mordred. Yorinobu Arasaka commissioned it for a trip to the Plex with Anders Hellman. We know this happened before the Konpeki Plaza heist, because once Saburo dies, Hellman bolts from Arasaka. He takes nothing with him except documentation regarding the relic. V and Panam have to shoot down a Kangtao AV and fight their way through a Chu station to get to Anders. It's hard to say exactly what they were looking for in the Plex. I mean, it's not like Yorinobu and Hellman have anything in common. Their ambitions are very different. The one link between Yorinobu and Hellman? Engram technology as derived from Soul Killer. Hellman's Arasaka's top bioengineer, a neural networks expert, and the guy who basically built the Relic project. Using Soul Killer's source code, he created tech that can communicate with personality constructs. This is key, and it doesn't take a genius to see why Hellman would be needed by Yorinobu. If we analyze the new information carefully, we will see that Yorinobu takes a huge risk and heads to the Plex with Hellman. Any place that requires you to have a custom-made, military-grade vehicle just to get in and out is not a safe place. So the investment and the risk being taken had to have been worth it. But why? Could it be that they were looking for Bartmoss? Or maybe even Morgan Blackhand, if we're being honest. We know that in the last corporate war, Blackhand worked for Militech. But what's to say he can't be convinced to switch sides? Yorinobu could also be trying to bring someone else who's as legendary as Morgan to his side. By this I'm referring to Zaburo. Maybe you guys remember him? Kenichi Zaburo. Kenichi is the only solo who ever fought Morgan Blackhand to a draw. He was also Michiko Arasaka's bodyguard since she was 4 years old. From my knowledge, he was not included in Cyberpunk 2077, and it's unclear whether he's alive or dead. Even if he was dead, in Cyberpunk, the dead never truly remain dead if they are important enough. If that's who Yorinobu was trying to find in the Plex, that'd be insane. But for now, all we have are our theories. Here's what we do know. Yorinobu believed the risk was worth it. Emails found near the new Caliburn show, he was trying not to draw attention in the Plex, even rejecting gold details on his car. And in a message to Hellman he says, "He who does not enter the tiger's den can never reach the tiger's cub." Translation? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Whatever happened in the Plex clearly mattered. I'm calling it now. It's going to be a major piece of whatever brings on the flood.
Corporation forces are under attack.
Yeah, she said something at the Black Sapphire. Mentioned big game hunting for rogue AIs?
They try to bait them back to the Black Wall, trap them and tame them.
So then Song...
She's not running from us, V. She wants a permit to the Black Wall. Shields,
Ah, shit!
You still don't understand the thing, do you? You never will. Not fully. Not me. How it feels to lose yourself. Layer after layer. That's why you betrayed me. Why you took me out of the equation.
Lost my connection with Reed. That you're doing?
Reed stole my life once already. I won't let him steal it again. All's better without him.
Stop running and let us help.
You still trust Reed? It's more convenient, yes? They lied to you. Gears sinking, grasping at straws as the deluge consumes you. Saul, Myers, their promises didn't help me. Won't help you.
Who am I even talking to right now? That's still you, Somi? Or the Black Wall?
The Black Wall it's help. It helps me understand everything.
Reed's figured it out. What you're trying to do. Knows this'll end badly if you hand over control to the Black Wall.
The Cynosure bunkers are not just creepy, they also give us great insight into a different angle of what's coming. For the longest time I used to wonder, why don't rogue AIs know how to spell correctly? If you look at the computers inside the Cynosure bunkers, you'll see this. But then it dawned on me that perhaps they're being efficient in their communication, given the hardware available. This could just be an early sign of emergent communication. Emergent communication is a type of language that looks nonsensical to humans, but artificial intelligences understand it. A famous example is from a 2017 Facebook AI experiment where two bots, Bob and Alice, started negotiating using a language that looked nonsensical to humans, but was actually efficient for them. They weren't intentionally hiding anything. It just wasn't designed to be human readable. As for the rogue AIs, the only reason why they haven't initiated their invasion is
really
because
bad,
the hardware
whatever.
in Night City in 2077 is not advanced enough yet. You can see them talking to each other if you stand in front of a computer long enough. Sticking to the point of communication, we also see how affected Songbird is just from getting too close to the Black Wall. Chapter 5. The Deluge Theory Explained. So far, we've seen just a fraction of the mysteries in Cyberpunk, but these have been enough to guide the video and lead us to a point where we can talk freely about the details of the Deluge Theory. At its core, the Deluge Theory says that multiple events will hit the world of Cyberpunk, either all at once or in quick succession. The events we can be sure of are the Fifth Corporate War, the Rogue AI invasion, and the Black Wall's awakening. It's not just one of these that will happen, it's all of them. The resulting chaos will decide the future of humanity forever. Let's take a closer look at each of these. Let's begin with the Fifth Corporate War. Remember Prophet Gary and Mr. Blue Eyes? Those two are connected under what is now known as the Night Corp conspiracy. This conspiracy is all about Night Corp's preparations for the upcoming war. We can't know how much Night Corp knows, but for sure they know more than they let on. The approach that Night Corp is taking is recruitment of champions, people who are likely to survive or at least help humanity survive in some capacity. Mr. Blue Eyes only takes interest in V after V unfoils his plans with the Perales family. The simple fact that V could do this made V stand out to those in power. Next, if we decide to actually help Songbird escape to the moon, she describes how she got access to the transport vehicle taking her to the moon. Songbird is an elite level netrunner who has had close contact with the Black Wall. There are very few netrunners on that level. For Mr. Blue Eyes, if a possibility of throwing money at the situation arises, he will do it. He needs to recruit people like this. Do you guys remember the secret message we discovered thanks to Prophet Gary? Now that you know what you know, reading it again makes so much sense. Night Corp doesn't call them heroes or champions, it calls them puppets. It wants puppets who never sleep. A new addition to this idea of champions is the Yaiba CEO's interview. The shard in game is called Interview, the Man Behind the Blade.
Oh no.
It doesn't call them heroes or champions, it calls them puppets. It wants puppets who never sleep. A new addition to this idea of champions is the Yaiba CEO's interview. The shard in game is called Interview, the Man Behind the Blade, and it reads Ki, somewhere in Japan, behind a series of biometric locks and tinted plexi, lies a Yaiba collection most people will never see. It feels less like a showroom and more like an armory. In a mosaic of chrome and mirrors, these machines stand quietly but expectantly, as if eager for a warrior to wield their might. At the far end of this immaculate showroom, a modest man quietly admiring his creation. In a rare moment of transparency, Yaiba allowed our publication a brief but unforgettable conversation with the company's reclusive founder, Daigo Shinohara, former street racer, driven engineer, and visionary behind some of the world's most coveted motorcycles. Interviewer: Firstly, I'd like to say thank you, Shinohara-san. I know you don't make a habit of public appearances. Shinohara: My machines speak louder than I ever could. Interviewer: So, what drove you to found Yaiba in the first place? Shinohara: Speed. Pure and simple. Not numbers on a gauge, mind you, but the sensation of it. When your synapses fire too fast for your body to keep up. That moment when the world collapses around you in slow motion. It's an addiction. Interviewer: An addiction to speed? Fascinating. Now the name Yaiba means blade edge in Japanese, isn't that right? Shinohara: That's right. My grandfather worked as a swordsmith in Osaka, made ceremonial katanas for the officers there. I saw how they revered his craft. I seek the same respect with my own machines. You see, mastery of steel led to my family's involvement in fighter jet production. Then, as you know, we even took a stab at the first Yaiba jet engine. A modest disappointment. Interviewer: I'm sorry to interrupt, but I didn't come all this way for standard Yaiba press release. I came for you. For the truth. Shinohara clears throat. This interview is over. My staff will escort you out. Interviewer: No, wait. I've seen it too. The cracks forming in a rotten foundation. I believe what you believe. Interviewer: You believe everything is headed for destruction, don't you? Shinohara's silence filled the room. He stared into my eyes for a minute, maybe more, the gears in his head turning. Could he trust me? Could he trust you, dear reader, with the truth? Shinohara: I saw what the Fourth Corporate War did to my family, to our wealth, to our legacy. It is history's nature to repeat. Sooner or later, our cities will collapse. The bloat of corporate greed and militarism will escalate to conflict. Behemoth companies will topple like so many dominoes. All must pay a price. Interviewer: Aha! And how is Yaiba prepared to weather that storm? Shinohara: It is not. It is only meant to choose who does. The Muramasa is a blade. Those who master it will be the ones who carve a future from the society's corpse. Interviewer: Wait. You're saying Yaiba's highly selective process for targeting clients, only those they see as worthy of owning a Muramasa, is a means to recruit survivors? Future leaders? That doesn't make any sense. Shinohara: In time it will. Our chosen clients will have the best chance to emerge from the coming inferno. Of that, I have no doubt. Clearly, more companies than just Night Corp want to be on the good side of these champions of humanity. If we move over to rogue AIs, we have quite interesting events taking place there too. While walking the streets of Dogtown, you can sometimes come across someone who has been infected by a rogue AI. It's not random that they also always tend to be violent towards you. These are just some of the early signs of the rogue AI invasion, and it's heavily implied that there is a massive rogue AI that will cross over to our side during the invasion. The evil Delamain car tells us this. The autonomous artificial intelligent car clearly states that there will be a deal to be made, but not with us, hinting at the fact that something much more powerful is on its way. And when it gets here, different smaller AIs will have to bow down to it in order to survive. Whether this will be Lilith or the Blackwall or something else, we don't know. Time to wrap up here, guys. Of course, if you have any thoughts on this theory, make sure to drop a comment down below. That has been it for today. Thank you guys for sticking with this to the end, and I'll see you in the next one.
Whoa. About this?
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the House for the Nintendo DS. But Hollow Knight would be a close second. Hollow Knight was released on February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia. Over the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019. There's a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies, t-shirts, nicotine patches, nuclear warheads, and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters. Team Cherry had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny. Be that powerful charms, special abilities, or the game's navigation system requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back: the world building. When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in 1994, I was busy not being alive, but I've watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias. Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the player a sense of depth. Basically the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover. Hollow Knight's narrative is buried under layers of NPC dialogue, item descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal. These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling world. We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight. And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore.
Wiki?
But if you're too lazy to read, then I suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge, and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Hallownest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, To the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship, a creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience or foresight. Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King, and he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight. The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest.
Wait, he was a worm?
There's this one slight problem. There's like people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest. The Mantises are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kind of sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deepnest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deepnest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on Border Patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deepnest.
What?
Now, many of the different tribes of Hallownest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deepnest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deepnest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deepnest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deepnest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deepnest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deepnest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deepnest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of pre-Hallownest includes Greenpath. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deepnest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Greenpath was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Greenpath into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream. making her their creator. Greenpath at its height was actually much larger than we see in game. At one point, Greenpath stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Greenpath's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallownest. Hence the name Greenpath. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King. These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the Moth Tribe. In-game, the only moth settlement is in the Resting Grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mothskin, the Moth Tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which the Moth Tribe basked, so she was basically a giant lamp to them. Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams and a substance known as Essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these Dreamcatcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles. However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back to the Moth Tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely, in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the Radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In Wilds Beyond they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed, base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Motomon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects, and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world, and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever use this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed. Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless dual-band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U AX6000 dual-band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router. Under the Pale King, Hallownest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deepnest. And then a third tram was started in Deepnest and attempted to go further into Deepnest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy, I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deepnest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deepnest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs. These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully. In terms of military, Hallownest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagemol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagemol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Zamir arrived in Hallownest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were. The Five Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Blackworm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallownest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During Hallownest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallownest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the Flukes. The Flukes spawned from the Flukmarm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier Flukes live. There really isn't too much lore involved with the Flukes, but I do need to point out that the Flukmarm is canonically a MILF. Like, that's not even debatable.
Ooh.
The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing. And so this was the Kingdom of Hallownest at its height. Hallownest was a vast kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Hallownest mourned their dead on the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As the suspiciously knowledgeable Hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Hallownest did not hunt for their own food, and had become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Hallownest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs living in Hallownest Prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Hallownest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Hallownest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Hallownest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Hallownest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Hallownest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Hallownest history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the Soul Totems and Arcane Eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Hallownest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Hallownest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered. I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiants in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiants alive. At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Hallownest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiants, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiants. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiants alive. The Radiants' light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiants' light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiant's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiant's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could. The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zemir, one of the 5 Great Knights, but the Mantises rejected their union because of Zemir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds, but the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These 2 higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the Abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with a void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something? I'm not sure if that's how that works, but whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the Abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the Abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the Abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the Abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the Abyss appears to support this theory. It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the Abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the Abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the Abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the Abyss. Now another explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why so many were created. Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how—
Sorry. I'll be going to bed now. Took a little bit trying to figure out how to get the tablet to work. I think it'll be easier on a different application.